Oh. Confirm pause back log dictionary skip.
I almost made a mistake. I almost got rid of my own home on accident. There's 2 Chris's. Oh no.
Hey. Oh, hi, Restless. Best ouch. I started. What? I'm here, babe. Aw, thanks, Stevie. New game. Let's turn this light off that's blinding the hell out of my eyes. New game. You're so hella cute, boo boo. Aw. Let's see here. New game. This is a new game that I purchased. When was it? Last night. Choose save slot. This one. Choose your clan. Bruja. Been true. Torito. The divas seek thrills of art, romance, and cruelty amidst stagnant undeath. A tormented artist will join their ranks tonight. Ooh. Loving it. Oh. Yeah, this is my first time that I've actually played a game like this. Choose your name. Accept. New York taught me to believe in fate. Had you asked me about fate back when I was a human, I would have told you it's just superstitious bullshit. That we are all designers of our own destinies. That belief shattered when the richest woman in the United States, the actual richest one, not a face you could have seen in the papers, of course, sank her teeth deep into my neck. It happened in the very same place you're standing in right now, by the way. Fate, you decide. Please, there's absolutely no need to be hostile. Just listen a little longer. See, my mistake was that I flew too close to the sun. It makes sense that my punishment was to never see its glow again. I was incandescent myself. I was hot shit. I had it all. Money, looks, competence, connections, men, women, a career, and a spark in my eye. The one you need to be born with. And that's when someone far more powerful than me saw my radiance and thought, that won't do. She robbed me of the light erupting from within and gave me a subtle, enduring gleam in its place. She decided that would fit me much better. No, I'm peachy. She was a ninth generation kindred just like you, an apex predator. She probably enjoyed teaching me the peak of human excellence, my real place in the food chain. It's such an eyesore when you look at some loud-mouthed braggart and see them for all they really are. The temptation to teach them a lesson can be unbearable, right? Well, my sire's lesson was a lesson about fate, a message saying you're eternally doomed to be at the mercy of your sovereigns. It almost drove me to destroy myself. What saved me was the ability to reinterpret her teachings. Hers wasn't a message of doom, it was a message of hope. Fate exists, and one can shape it if given the right tools. My sire didn't believe my tools were fitting for the job. She considered them toys, and me just her amusing subject. Well, she's deader than dead now, and I'm still here, standing right where she stood when we first met. You might have wondered how I've learned about your arrival to JFK Airport. My answer is, of course, destiny. As luck would have it, today happened to be a day some of my associates were inspecting the coffins. Driving you here straight from the plane and having you wake up in such an unfamiliar place was a little desperate, and I do apologize for it. But it is so rare for you to visit New York. 3 times in the last 15 years, was it? And you're never eager to inform me you're here. I understand you still have that meeting on 53rd Street later tonight, so I'll provide a comfortable transport. I value our relationship very much. Don't get me wrong. But it is precisely because I value it that I'm going to ask you to repay the favor you owe me. You're the only one I'd trust to do the job, well, and without attracting attention. You might think I'm crazy asking you to breach the rules of our society like this. You might think it's impossible to get away with it unpunished. But this is New York. And I don't know about other cities, but in this one, fate really exists. And right now is smiling in your favor. This is how it begins. You stifle a yawn. It's been a slow evening. The little bit of red liquid left in your glass and the crumbs on the plate reminds you that, if nothing else, these art exhibitions at least come with some decent wine and legit catering. And yeah, it's fun to talk about your work on display, even if you end up discussing it with pretty much the same people at each such occasion. You've already met that one critic who keeps telling you with self-assured authority how you should pursue a different artistic avenue. Then there's the obligatory doe-eyed dart student who's oh so impressed with your technique. To be fair, you're not all that happy. You're not all that happy with your latest piece, but hey, it's not the worst thing you've seen tonight. That ignoble, dubious honor belongs to one of the other paintings on display. And yet its author currently being paraded around by his rich parents has barely been able to grab a bite of the fancy canapses. So many sycophants to meet, so little time. For a moment, you think that maybe it's not worth it. Maybe you should take the critic's advice, cut your losses, sell out to some corporation, and get it over with. And, as if the universe wanted to validate that train of thought, that's the exact moment your sister Emma decides to pop in your view. Emma. So let me get this straight. Cushy corporate jobs are selling out, but supporting a billionaire's vanity project is totally fine with you? Hi, Em. You absolutely despise her as an artist, while you're struggling to uphold some nebulous ideas of what art is meant to be. She's perfecting her ways of mooching off the system. Amazing, babe. Oh, thanks, Stevie. Shamelessly preying on little-known street art and niche internet memes, she repackages them as Bourget-friendly collages. So it's perhaps no wonder the NYT has recently dubbed her a mind-blowing explorer of digital art's extreme possibilities. Huh. But in spite of all that, you absolutely love her as a person, even as you welcome her by smacking the back of her head, a gesture meant to convey nothing but deep affection. No, but seriously, supporting young artists, my ass. I don't know what kind of money you got for this piece, but I doubt it was even a fraction of what it's going to be worth in tax benefits. What was you laughing at, Stevie? The gallery owner actually said that if he had to choose his most valuable audience, it would be the IRS. And I'm pretty sure he was only half kidding. You mumble a non-answer and then seg into a different subject, trying to preemptively quell her repeated offers to get you a steady job. Of course, she proves as insistent as ever. You know, sometimes I just don't get you. On the one hand, you wouldn't be caught dead taking money from the inevitable winner of the culture wars. On the other, if someone gave you the chance to collaborate on some dumbass Oscar bait flick sponsored by Larry Ellison's bailout fund, you'd do that shit for free. She rolls her eyes and asks, you know what the only difference is between the art scene and the culture industry? The culture industry actually pays your bills. As expected of someone who's given up on attempts to infuse her work with any sort of enduring quality and decided to just keep responding to the zeitgeist. She claims to happily accept the fact that after she dies, both she and her work will end up in a landfill. When you respond that you prefer chasing a 1 in a million chance to immortalize yourself, she claims it reeks of an overinflated ego. But you've been down this road too many times before and managed to accept she'll never understand what's truly important to you. Slowly but surely you move on to more agreeable topics. Your plans to finally get hammered together, or the most recent crop of garbage Netflix shows your friends have tricked you into trying out. I love the story behind it all. Alright, gotta go. I've got a date. She peeks at a bunch of middle-aged men in expensive suits who have stopped pretending to care about the exhibition and are exchanging the worst lecherous jokes they've got in their still repertoire. Have fun with your friends, class traitor. She gives you a hug. She gives you a hug and heads for a nearby elevator. There goes the pleasant part of the evening. Still, you decide to delay the inevitable and catch a quick smoke break. Truth be told, people aren't exactly lining up to chat about your work anyway. As you leave your post, you start tapping your pockets in search of a lighter. Instead, you find $100 bill you're absolutely sure wasn't there before. Jesus Christ, Em, you're the worst. And the best. You can feel your cheeks turn red, but you gratefully put the money in your wallet and move outside. When you reach the balcony, you look out at New York City and light the second last cigarette left in the pack. You're alone. It's not silent. The metropolitan hum is ever present, even this high up. But it's a good deal more intimate than what's behind your back. Oh, thanks, Stevie. You lean over the railing and look down. The streetlights beckon more than usual. In your mind's eye, you see yourself as your final artwork, beautifully splattered all over the pavement. Working title, Delusion of Grandeur. The author, a brilliant artistic soul, crushed by unfeeling reality, gone too soon. You chuckle and flick the cigarette into the air. Freshened up by the night's cool breeze, you squeeze back into the stuffy interior. You barely make it a few steps before lethargy sets back in. It's like you never left. Still, something in the room feels different. Your eyes are drawn to a handsome young man, neatly dressed and groomed, exuding the air of a true artiste. And the best part, he's intently looking at your painting. The gallery is almost like an art installation itself now. People standing in silent awe. The guy like a beacon, drawing everybody's attention. Hushed conversations about the guest can be heard from every corner of the gallery. My favorite gamer. Aw, thanks, Stevie. Your heart is pounding with excitement. and you approach, feeling like a kid trying to get close to a deer in the woods, but afraid you'll scare it away. The man turns to you and you stop in your tracks, entranced. So, this is one of your pieces? You manage to mumble an affirmation. Tell me about it, please. As you start discussing your inspiration, technique, and process, the man's eyes lock onto the painting again. He keeps interjecting, making knowing remarks. This guy gets it. He really gets it. The world around you disappears. You'll say anything, do anything to keep his attention on you, but you realize you don't need to. He's into your art. He's into you. I want to buy it, and I want your company. I need to talk to you. You will like what I have to say. I love it when you read. It feels like you're reading to me. Oh. Oh, my leg. Spoken matter-of-factly, served straight up, like he knows that you won't refuse, that you can't refuse. An hour later, you find yourself at his apartment, one of many, you presume, with your self-esteem all but patched up, and your head full of fine vintage. You tell your host a lot. In fact, it seems like you're telling him everything. Where you came from, how you ended up in New York City, how you had to take out a loan to appear at tonight's event, how you took the long look down the balcony, that you thought about taking the plunge, and this time you were only half joking. You feel miserable. You start crying. He holds you in his arms. You feel calmer. The tears stop flowing. It's been so long since you last had someone you could It's been so long since you last had someone you could not just talk to, but communicate with, be seen by. Who knows? Maybe there is hope for you yet. That feeling of bliss is the last thing you remember before passing out. Next thing you know, you're lying on the couch in that same apartment, hungry and dehydrated. How long has it been? Hours? Days? More? You're feeling weak, confused, abandoned. You look around in a panic. Is he still here? Thank God, yes, there he is, standing in the doorway. His voice breaks the silence and fills you with hope. until you realize what he's saying. I am so sorry. I hope that maybe one night you will forgive me. Always remember that in our parting moment I wished you well. Wow, he looks so badass. Hell yeah. You try to speak, ask him to stay, but no voice leaves your parched throat. You taste something on your lips. Wiping your mouth leaves a crimson stain on your hand. It's not the wine. What the fuck? You look more badass, babe. Oh, thanks, Stevie. The door of the apartment closes behind him. Alone. Again. Then the pain hits. It's a headache, a lurching in your stomach, a burning in your arms and legs. It's all you can focus on. A panic takes you. You fall from the sofa and hit a wine glass. It flies off into a wall, shattering into bits. A mumble from the corner of the room indicates that you're not as alone as you thought. From where you're lying, you only see a feminine shape stirring awake. Aww. For you, boo. Aww. Did you see in the screen? Oh, in the camera? Yeah. Hold on. Huh. I hear an ambulance. Yeah. You crawl towards the woman, inch by inch. Aw. You crawl towards the woman. Inch by inch, the pain turns into an urge you want. You need to get close to her. You begin to see details, the long hair shrouding her face, the worn-out New York City hoodie thrown over her skimpy dress. She opens her eyes, moves her locks to the side, exposes her neck. A rabid instinct takes you. In the blink of an eye, you find yourself buried in her hair, smelling her sweat, mixed with just a hint of cheap perfume. You bite down and drink the blood from her vein. Wait. Wait, wait, wait. What is happening? You break away. You look at the girl. She lets out a sigh, goes limp, and unconscious again. You try to crawl back, her dress rolled up to the side, and you glance at her naked thigh. You lose control again. Bite her leg. Drink deep from the artery. It's intoxicating. It's bliss like you've never known before. It's beautiful. You break away again, fall to your back. What the hell was that? Did you really drink her blood? She's not moving. Oh God, she's not moving. Well, I think this character just bit somebody. You see? Huh. You check her pulse. She's cold to the touch. Nothing. No heartbeat. No sign of breathing. That's when it hits you. Your chest isn't moving either. Your heart is not beating. You are cold to the touch. You reach for your phone. It's not there. Where did you leave it? Or maybe he took it? Impossible to say. You stumble around the apartment, but find nothing you can use to call for help. You need to get out of here, now. You look outside the window. You're high above the streets. There's no balcony. And the building's exterior is glass almost all the way down. You never survived the jump. But maybe that's precisely why you should leave the room this way. You've just killed somebody. Your life is essentially over. A sickening void is opening in your stomach, warning you that your reality is about to turn into unbearable hell. A voice in the back of your head tells you that the smartest course of action is to take the leap before it does. And the more you argue with it, the more reasonable it sounds. Check your thumb. I hear a train. Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't live too far up from the rich side of the city. Yeah, where people pretty much deck everything up for every holiday. Yeah. A whole lot of kids goes trick or treating over there. because it's they have it pretty much decked out like mm, like scenes from the Corpse Bride and other movies over there. Yeah. And the more you argue with it, the more reasonable it sounds. Oh shit. The beginning. Your introduction to the world of darkness begins now. You're just about ready to pick up one of the chairs and try to break the window when you hear the clicking of keys in the lock. You freeze in place. This is bad. Ooh. Your thoughts start racing desperately, but instead of a rational course of action, only visions of false hope come to your mind. What if it's him? What if he's had a change of heart? What if he's sent someone for me? You almost feel your heart beat again with excitement as the doors open. Almost, but not quite. A man enters, but not the one you expected. He's tall, broad-shouldered, handsome, with darkish skin. His suit is stylish and immaculate. You've never seen him in your life, but you immediately see past his sharp looks to see his sharper nature. He is a predator, and if you're not careful, you might become his prey. Stranger, good evening. I'm here to pick you up. A deep, emotionless voice. He turns his eyes to the lifeless body of the girl in the New York City hoodie and raises an eyebrow. Okay. Stevie, which one would you pick? Huh? This isn't what it looks like. Ghost. This isn't what it looks like. Please, you have to help me. Stranger. That's what I'm here for, after a fashion. He approaches the bed to examine the corpse from up close. Stranger. Well, this is unfortunate, but preferable to going insane from hunger. Quite a nice gesture, actually, if troublesome. Hmm. He briefly looks at you with something like pity in his eyes, then changes his expression to a perfectly blank one. Uh, Stranger. Listen, you may perceive your current situation as something out of the ordinary, but I've met hundreds of lost sheep like you, and you see, they tended to fall into two categories. First, there were the smart ones. Those who carefully obeyed my every word and didn't pull off any stupid stunts. They always got where they needed to go safe and sound. Then there were the dumb ones. The punks who thought they could take me on. The wise guys who tried to contact somebody secretly and without permission. The troublemakers who tried to run off or make a scene. None of them got to their destination in one piece. In fact, a lot of them never reached their destination at all. The man talks in a bored, professional tone, giving off an impression that he really has delivered this speech countless times by now. So, you see, despite being a smart person, I'm a Mets fan. I love baseball, and it inspired me to come up with a three strikes system to determine if someone is dumb. If you get on my nerves one or two times, well, I understand. Not all of us perform well in stressful circumstances. But if you do it 3 times, understand that there will be no excuse, no forgiveness, no mercy. His presence changes ever so slightly. Say, I understand, sir, now. You feel an overwhelming, barely resistible urge to fulfill his demand. Uh, Stevie, um, look at that. Do what? Hell yeah. Fuck you, sir. With all due respect, go fuck yourself, sir. Laughing out loud. For some reason, cursing him turns out to be so physically straining that your voice comes off as comical. The stranger chuckles. Yep. Stranger. First strike, and watch your language, whelp, or else. You see what he said? Alright, have you got anyone you'd like to inform about your current situation and tell them you're alright? He flashes his fangs briefly as he talks, and, for some reason, the sight causes a chill to run down your spine. Something's wrong with him. Someone closest to you? Which would you do here? Lie. His name is Eduardo. He's my boyfriend. He lives in Queens. He's a barista and, The stranger's been watching you with wary eyes since the moment you started talking, but only interrupts you at the first moment of visible hesitation. You're 100 years too young to try and fool me, whelp. Even your tails have tails. Second strike, try again. Oh wow. You see that? Your first instinct is to protest, but you realize your thoughts are still too scrambled and panicked to come up with anything coherent. You give up on all planned attempts to provide poor Eduardo with convincing psychological depth. Emma, my sister. She's probably having a night out in Brooklyn with her artiste friends. Can I call her now? Seems like that lie about Eduardo wasn't gonna go through. You take out your phone while asking the question. It was in your pocket all along. It must have been panic talking before. He shakes his head and points at the hooded corpse next to him. If you want to implicate her, go ahead. I think we'd all be better off if you let me make sure that she only knows what she needs to know. Yeah, agreed. Give me her phone number. I'll have someone get in touch with her. You oblige and hand him the smartphone so he can copy the number from your list of contacts. Thank you. This will be useful in illustrating my next point. Instead of giving you back your phone, the man hides it in his pocket. From this night onwards, you are subject to different laws than the ones you grew up with, and you'll be watched by many eyes to ensure these laws are respected. You are forbidden from letting anybody you know you're still alive. You are forbidden from showing your face anywhere they know you. If anyone comes to search for you, it's over, both for you and them. He interrupts his monotone recitation to stare deep into your eyes. So, if you don't want someone to find your poor sister's body in the Hudson River next week, cooperate. The sight of his fangs again, and another physical fight or flight response. You've played right into his hands, putting him in danger. I can only hope that you care for her enough not to do anything selfish. Hey. By now, you are absolutely sure he's just toying with you, provoking you just to feed on your reactions. Aw. Mm. He hasn't told you where you're going yet, but he's already made it abundantly clear that a lot of people struggled hard to avoid getting there. You'd be far more eager to cooperate if he never raised the subject, but he made it a point to make you fear the unknown. Okay. Okay. He's pushing you, but to what end? Does he want to intimidate you into complete submission? Is he hoping you'd give him an excuse to get rid of you? Or maybe he's testing you, forcing you to show what you're made of. Somehow, he makes all of these options seem plausible at once. All right. Do what? Yeah. stranger. All right. Oh. Stranger. All right. I think that's enough lectures for today. He takes a glance at his silver watch. It's a Patek Philippe, the kind of brand mere mortals never see outside of luxury lifestyle magazines. Just who are you dealing with here? It's past 3 a.m. now. The sun will come up in just a few hours, so we don't have much time. Come. We need to leave so that the corpse can be taken care of. He turns his back on you to unlock the door. Stevie? Attack him from the back. It's time to get violent. This might be your only opportunity to run away. You take a step forward, and your fist shoots out with cobra-like speed. Sad. His arm zooms towards you like a black mamba. Before you realize what's happening, you're locked in a full Nelson. You really should have thought twice. That's a strike. All of a sudden, two clashing impulses overwhelm you. One tells you to run away, desperately, senselessly, just giving it your all. The other tells you that it's hopeless, and you should just resign to your fate. Torn between these two conflicting instincts, your body freezes up. Third strike. All you see is a blur of motion, and the next thing you know, a sharp pain hits your chest. You fall to the ground, unable to move, paralyzed. You hear a disappointed sigh. Just another idiot after all. The man unceremoniously puts you on his shoulder and takes you down in an elevator. You can't see much. You keep blocking out. Nobody stops you on your way out. And no one interferes as your helpless body is thrown into the back of a black Cadillac. Oh, that's already happened. Are you talking about the, are you talking about the one that are you talking about the one that happened last night? Yeah. Why is it still premiere? Oh, Restless. Yeah, I was trying to do something. I was trying to do something last night with my phone, and I was stuck on a loading screen, and I tried. I was confused about StreamYard last night. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Your consciousness leaves you. Darkness again. You drift away into oblivion. An endless void of nothingness. An endless void of nothingness. An endless void of nothingness. Suddenly, a wet, squelch-like sound rings out in your ears. Then your chest explodes with an excruciating ache. Disembodied, you find yourself being slowly entrapped by horrifying dead flesh. Then resurrection. You suck air through your teeth as you wake, hoping this was all a nightmare. The gasp doesn't bring you any comfort, and you quickly realize it's nothing more than a residual instinct. You don't actually breathe in nor out, and your heart is as still as it was before. Sight comes back to you as you focus on the features of an unfamiliar room. No windows, just a simple bed, a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. A small, humming fridge, and a rattling AC fan in the wall. You notice claw marks on the inner side of the entrance door. Stranger. Rise and shine, fledgling. You've got places to be. Mhm. Mhm. His suit is as immaculate as yesterday, but his presence strikes you as even more malevolent than before. Stevie, which one would you pick? Oh, apologize for before. What happened? Not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Yes, you are. The only question is if you'll get there conscious or not. The man glances at his watch and then turns his eyes to you again. You're expected. Get in the car. You have more questions? Where I'm taking you, you'll get the answers. Probably more than you're ready to handle. Here's another option. Let's see here. I'm dead, right? You can let me go, or why not answer some now? I'm dead, right? Can you at least acknowledge I'm dead? It's a philosophical conundrum that I don't feel competent to solve. Medically speaking, you are deceased, and yet you're standing here talking, thinking, stalling. Enough is enough. Are you getting inside the car? Or are you really, really willing to risk a fourth strike in this match? You would be a hot vampire because you are. Aw. Stevie, which would you do here? Rush the stranger, get inside the car, or hijack the car? The car, that's your only option. You push past the stranger and rush to the driver's door. You open the car and reach for the keys. A strong, firm grasp on your shoulder yanks you back violently. You are thrown to the cold concrete out of the car. The man produces a sharp piece of wood from his pocket and slams it into your chest. It's a familiar feeling, sharp pain, muscles tensing, paralysis, then a feeling of all-encompassing exhaustion. You can see the trunk of the car opening, then the trunk closing with your body inside. The last thing you sense is the engine starting. Then you're wrapped in all-encompassing nothingness. Back into the familiar void. That squelching sound again. Feeling returns to your limbs. Sight and hearing follow. You are in a brightly lit room, paintings on the wall, soft music, an art gallery. The stranger is there, holding a stake in his hand. There are more people too, many more, all staring at you. Get up. You stand up. About two dozen faces observe your every move, and a number of waiters navigate the gathering, serving drinks. None of them are acknowledged by the people they're attending. The guests are well dressed, mostly, but it's unclear why they've gathered here. Nobody seems particularly interested in the art pieces on the walls, and the atmosphere is polite, unnaturally so. Something about everyone's eyes makes it abundantly clear. They are here for you. Stranger. I think the fledgling is ready to take your questions, Prince. Prince? You look at who the stranger was addressing. You expect a man, but it is a somewhat plain-looking woman. The woman. So it would seem, Quadir. Good evening, Childity. Which one of these would you pick? Good evening, miss, excuse me what, or Quadir, huh? Good evening, miss. Good evening, miss. Quadir. You are addressing the Prince of New York City, Helene Penhard, Chill Lady of Michaela. Prince Penhard. Thank you, my sheriff, but I am capable of introducing myself. She doesn't seem to possess a great deal of charm, but still the entire room is intently focused on her voice. She has influence over these people. That much is clear. Prince Panhard. You shall address me as Prince, Childy. I am told you have proven to be quite a burden to our dear Sheriff Quadir this night. And it's not your first attempt at escaping the proper order of things, too. Truly, you seem to be unruly to the point where it might read as suicidal. Hushed voices fill the room. One of the faces catches your eye. It's a beautiful woman with curly, almost blood-red hair and a dress to match. You see her leaning over to some bespectacled man. She looks at you briefly, but with interest. The woman who called herself Prince glances around the room expectantly. The whispers cease. Prince Panhard. We have already heard all we need to hear about your behavior, but there is one thing that only you may know. Your sire, the person who brought you where Quadir picked you up last night. Who were they? Stevie, which one would you pick here? Oh, sire. It doesn't matter. Oh, it was that guy that you saw. The one at the beginning. The one who you said looked badass. Oh. A beautiful man. He was beautiful, charismatic, charming, dark hair, a sort of artistic mess, had an accent I couldn't recognize. He took notice of my art. Bought a piece, in fact. I want to meet him again. The last sentence came out almost involuntarily. You immediately feel ashamed, sounding like a sad puppy, whimpering after their master. Yes, you do want to meet that man again. It's an urge deeper than you've ever felt. Maybe even love? No, that's idiotic. He never even introduced himself to you. He used you. That asshole just plain used you. For what? Prince Panhard. Well, Quadir, does that sound familiar? Quadir. No, it does not, or at least not familiar enough. I will continue the search up till we're done here. He bought my painting. You can track him. That guy. He bought my painting at the gallery. Didn't pay in cash, I think. Maybe you can track him that way? Quadir, it might be a useful observation. I will investigate this later. What shall I do with the fledgling, my prince? What is your recommendation, my sheriff? The traditions are clear. Thou shalt only sire another with the permission of thine elder. If thou createst another without thine elder's leave, both thou and thy progeny shall be slain. I am eager to do my duty. Stay your hand for just a moment longer, Quadir. I wish to consult my counsel on this. Make sure everyone is in agreement. Of course. He relaxes a bit and closes his eyes. The prince leaves the main showroom, and about 6 people follow her out. This game is a lot of reading my brain will give up. You're about to ask this Quadir what all that talk of traditions and councils was, when the red-haired woman approaches the two of you. Sophie. Sheriff, I was wondering if I could have a word with the fledgling. What for? She lowers her voice in response. Come now, Quadir. There can only be one verdict given the circumstances. Let me speak to them. You might not have to stain your hands tonight, after all. What if I want to get them dirty? This stubborn whelp has caused me quite the headache. I'm in the mood to return the favor. Have you really become so eager to let the beast speak through you? This is not the Quadir I know, that I've learned to respect. That grabs his attention. His face is hard to read. It's like several emotions are struggling for domination. Anger, sadness, resolve. Hmm. Damn you, Langley. His eyes flare up with contempt. "5 minutes, and not a moment longer." He storms out of the room the way you came, and you are left in the showroom with the woman in the red dress. She takes you aside, and the eyes of the remaining guests follow. "Well, fledgling, you managed to get under Quadir's skin. Not an easy feat. You are in a precarious position, and in need of allies. You're lucky that I've decided to attend this meeting tonight." Stevie, which one on this one? You're willing to help me, or do fine on my own, or what was that about a beast? I'll do fine on my own. I don't need allies. I will make do on my own. Oh, that's where you're wrong. You have found yourself in a den of monsters, but don't know it yet. You think you know what you're in for, but you obviously don't. Last night you became a vampire. Wait, what? Oh yes, I am well aware of how ridiculous that sounds. It's why we have these nicer words for it. Kindred, being embraced, having a sire. The fact remains. Yeah. The beings called vampires, you're looking at them. They're us. You glance around. Some of the guests are still occasionally looking at you, commenting on you in hushed tones. Many of the patrons are pale, really pale. Most hold glasses of wine. No, not wine. That's not the right thickness, and not the right color either. You're trying to come up with something sensible to say, but you're drawing a blank. It makes a morbid kind of sense. You drank blood last night, there's no denying it. And your breathing has not returned. Your heart remains still. A vampire. Two voices in your head start battling for supremacy. One of them slowly begins to put everything that happened since yesterday together, coming to a conclusion that no matter how insane it might seem, nothing but what she's saying makes sense. The other voice just keeps on saying, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" on repeat. You're surprised. This is often how it plays out by design. Quadir deliberately keeping you in the dark and all. If we do nothing, you will be cut down, as sure as day follows night. But I'm here to offer you a chance, a way out, under one condition. You are in hot water after Codir's account of your behavior thus far. This society values docility. I am taking a huge risk if I speak out for you, but I am willing to take you under my wing, if you swear fealty to me. I am not making this offer lightly. I am not making this offer lightly. As your patron, I will take responsibility for you. Your actions will reflect on me. If they reflect negatively, well, I will make sure you face the consequences. Stevie, let's see here. What happens if I agree? What if I refuse or I don't want to die? Oh, what if I refuse? What happens if I refuse? I believe I know what the prince will ordain, and I am certain Quadir will do his duty. You will die for good this time. With me, there's a chance you will not. I can be your guide through this new reality. Steps and hushed voices can be heard from the side room. It seems the prince and her council are returning to the showroom. Quadir appears from downstairs as well, and starts walking over to you, glowering. When you hear the verdict, ask to be spared. I will intervene. Remember my condition. She flashes a sad smile towards Quadir, who does not smile back. The sheriff's immaculate suit is now metal scabbard, fastened with a colorful sash around his waist. Aw. It would look vaguely ridiculous if it wasn't surprisingly intimidating, first and foremost. Quadir takes his place next to you and observes as the prince takes center stage again. Loyal kindred of the New York City Camellia gathered here tonight, I have made my decision regarding this fledgling. As you are all keenly aware, these nights we need to close our ranks and trust the wisdom of our elders and their traditions more than ever before. The whelp's behavior since being embraced has been disagreeable, and that does not bode well for them becoming a valuable member of our society. Although I acknowledge some of my council's divergent opinions on this, she takes a look specifically at one of the people who left the room before, a shy-looking man whose skin has a somewhat healthier tone. He bows his head in deference. I hold the final authority over this fledgling's fate, and I declare that while their embrace might be the sire's responsibility, in their absence it is their progeny that shall be punished. The sentence is final death, to be resolved presently. Quadir? You hear a scraping sound and see that the sheriff has unsheathed his curved sword. It is a beautifully detailed blade, which you expect must be worth a small fortune. Its apparent sharpness makes you freeze up. Two outs, bottom of the ninth. His quiet mumble is audible to nobody but you. As his eyes meet yours, you note just a hint of sadness in his countenance, one that quickly vanishes to give way to grim determination. And he's out to bat. You will not get another chance to speak up. Ask for mercy. You make your choice. I don't want to die. Spare me, please. Prince, if I may ask you to stay the sheriff's hand for a while longer? Quadir looks at the prince, awaiting her response. The sword is still hanging above you, threatening to fall at a moment's notice. Is there something you'd like to say, Miss Langley? Yes, if I may. At first the prince looks somewhat annoyed at the distraction, but she stays quiet for a while, measuring the mood in the room. The bored elites suddenly look at you with aroused interest, some of them dismayed at not seeing the bloodshed, but all intrigued by the unexpected twist. The prince nods. Well, let's hear it. Sophie takes a few steps forward. Sophie takes a few steps forward. All eyes are on her now, but Quadir's heavy hand on your shoulder makes it clear you won't take advantage of the distraction. My prince, while the traditions are clear, I believe that the proper context should be observed, in addition to the letter of our laws. This fledgling is a burden, but with proper guidance, they could become an asset to our domain. And I understand you are volunteering to take this unruly chelidee under your protection? Yes, I am willing to give them a chance and prove to the entire domain that they can adhere to our expectations. I will take nothing less than their full cooperation, naturally. Whispers can be heard again, an incredulous voice or two, a hushed, "Just behead the fucker." Some suppressed exclamations of surprise. Silence. I ask all of you to make a note of this moment. I might be persuaded to bend one tradition in this chility's favor, but another will have to be enforced even more firmly in its stead. Until thy progeny shall be released, thou shalt command them in all things. Their sins are thine to endure. Are you certain that's a responsibility you wish to shoulder, Miss Langley? I am willing to guide this fledgling and add a valuable ally to our sect. In a time of need, yes. But I would like to receive the right of destruction over them, if it pleases you. Hey Stevie, what would you do here? Remain silent, give me a chance to prove myself, or wait? Give me a chance to prove myself, Prince. I am worth keeping alive, Prince. Give me a chance to prove myself. That remains to be seen. I do take notice of your tenacity. I like that you ask me which I would pick, then you pick my choice. Aw. See that it doesn't become a burden. I shall grant what you ask. Let it be known. Sophie Langley of the Clan of the Rose will become this fledgling's patron. They shall be considered like sire in Chilody. I heard a boom. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I heard it outside. Yeah. Wow. Miss Langley will take full responsibility for them, and I grant her the right of destruction, if she sees fit to use it. Let my intentions be clear, however. If I am to turn a blind eye to one of our most important traditions on this occasion, I expect it to be beneficial to the Camarilla, substantially so. I hope you find this verdict satisfactory, Miss Langley. Of course, Prince, thank you. Very well. She turns to you. What is your name, Chilody? Stevie? Is another one. Is asking for my name. Ghost? Shouldn't I use a nickname, or is my artist moniker enough? Oh. Good morning, Bob. Ghost, Prince. She nods. Dictionary updated. Welcome to the Camarilla, Ghost. Dictionary updated. Now, this evening proved to be even more eventful than I anticipated, but, with the fledgling's fate decided, I believe our meeting here can conclude. Thank you all for appearing on such short notice. Give my regards to those who couldn't make it. Quadir, a moment of your time before I let you return to your duties. Of course, Prince. Just seeing what is up here. How about you? Yeah, this is a game, Bob, called Vampire the Masquerade. You're my prince. Aw. That was for Ghost. Yeah. Hell yeah. Aw. He shoots you a side glance. He shoots you a side glance that doesn't leave much space for interpretation. You will be watched. You will be judged. And, if need be, you will be punished. The two of them leave the gallery. Well, Ghost, I think we've both already managed to significantly improve each other's evenings. I love the darkness in these games. Oh, hell yeah. But let's keep the ball rolling, shall we? I think we should have a toast to a new, fruitful partnership. I have a dark side. Hell yeah. She raises her hand at one of the well-dressed concierges who have now reappeared in the showroom to refill the guests' glasses. The conventionally handsome man approaches with a carafe of red liquid. He pours it into two tall glasses. You can barely wait until he hands you the drink. Your attention is fully on it. The fact that it's blood, you are certain of it, doesn't faze you this time. Laughing out loud, nice. I am the darkness. Thanks, laughing out loud. Oh, you're welcome. Dictionary updated. While Sophie sips her drink, you realize this thirst. No, this hunger can only be satiated by drinking the whole glass in almost a single gulp. As the liquid coats your throat, blissful relief takes hold. A posh woman passing by rolls her eyes at your lack of etiquette, but Sophie pays it no mind. Quadir has been starving you, hasn't he? Let's see if I can do something about that. Laughing out loud. She motions again. The man returns. The man returns and gives you a refill. This time you find yourself having more control. You take a sip, savor it. It's smoky and warm, making you think of a cozy cabin in the woods. It does strike you as a strange image for your mind to jump to when drinking human blood, but it is what it is. You've never tasted anything like it. Do you like it? I think New York City caterers have very bourgeois ideals about what good blood should taste like. Apologies. You must have so many questions. While we're on the topic, perhaps we should start with those related to sustenance. Aw, I have another one on here. How much do I have to drink? Where do you get blood? Does the taste of blood matter? you said something and H2O was like, what? How much do I have to drink? I feel this hunger constantly. How much do I have to drink to make it go away? The sad reality is, it will never go away. No matter how much you drink, you will always be tempted to have more. Unless you consume someone wholly to the last drop, paying for temporary relief with their life. But that is a one-way road to losing your humanity. Hmm. Dictionary updated. Best start by just taking a single sip from a vessel. Be prudent.
Your food's ready.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what the food is. Ugh. They, they never do tell me anything. Yeah. They never do tell me anything. All of a sudden I'm hearing, uh, food's ready! I'm like, what? That's what they just did. Hmm. Hmm. Best start by just taking a single sip from a vessel. Be prudent. Hot, fresh blood will be more satiating than most anything they serve in a fancy glass, but it can make you more ferocious. Hmm. Yeah. Dictionary updated. As to how much you should have, it depends. If you're frugal, if you're frugal, you can survive many nights without a single drink, but it's risky and will tempt the beast that is part of our curse. Tomorrow I shall take you hunting, and we will explore this topic further. The blood you're having tonight should be enough to keep you happy for now. What about this one, Stevie? You mentioned a beast about our sire-child relationship, or what do you mean by hunting? What do you mean by hunting? Did you say hunting? As in rifles, hounds, and bunny hats hunting? Dictionary updated. Nothing of the sort. Don't be silly. We are predators, but we are civilized. And most importantly, there is the Masquerade to consider. I will get back to that. Dictionary updated. A hunt may take many forms. There are those of us who seduce kine, up to and including the motions of intercourse, if you feel like it. Others prefer to feed under the guise of a mugging or assault. Do what? Oh wow. Dictionary updated. Some have herds of retainers for the purpose of feeding. Drinking from sleepers in their homes is not uncommon. Blood banks are an option to the few that can tolerate it, though they are frowned upon. You will need to identify these opportunities and decide for yourself whether to pursue them, but make no mistake, you will have to hunt to survive. The concierge returns, asks for permission to intrude, which Sophie gives with a polite smile, and leans in to whisper in her ear. You note that the gallery is now almost empty. I'm being told the gallery is just about to close, but we still have quite a lot to discuss. We'll go to one of my apartments. My jalopy is waiting downstairs. Come. The smile she puts on makes you remember last night's encounter in the showroom. A similar eagerness to spend time with this person overtakes you momentarily, and you follow her outside. Your sixth sense tells you she's an artistic soul, too, and you unwittingly start projecting good qualities onto her. Sophie leads you to a luxurious silver Rolls Royce and invites you to sit in the back. The chauffeur, a broad-shouldered, clean-shaven, middle-aged guy, starts driving immediately. Dictionary updated. Where did we leave off? Ah, I believe I started telling you a bit more about our customs. You've heard the prince refer to our traditions. The chief among them is the Masquerade. As you might have gathered from us assembling at a niche gallery after closing time, our comings, goings, and doings tend to be somewhat secretive. We do not advertise our existence. We allow myths and modern fiction to morph and muddle the facts. So, to the vast majority of King, we remain bedtime stories and pop culture icons. Say, is that one television show about a vampire angel still popular? You shake your head in confusion. She shrugs and continues talking, looking a little bit more dejected than before. Our clandestine ways help us remain safe, allow us to explain away the occasional trip up to the rational minds of 21st century humanity, and dictate much of our interactions with mortals. Oh, here's another option. What's the risk? Is your driver a vampire too, or is there anything the movies get right? Is there anything the movies get right? There has to be some stuff that the books or movies got right, or is it all just vampire propaganda? Dictionary updated. There is a kernel of truth in every myth. Those concerning kindred are no exception. There are mortals who sift through and manage to separate the facts, though it doesn't happen thanks to Hollywood. For one, sunlight burns us. For one, sunlight burns us. That's why we rest during the day. You felt it. More like being dead than being dormant, isn't it? But we have no choice. We are night dwellers, but day sleepers. Some more folk-related threats are just legends, or occasionally a minor nuisance. Garlic, running water, even religious symbols don't repel us, unless the welder is uniquely pure and godly. Stakes through the heart, though, that's something to avoid. They do not destroy, but they do paralyze, which, under the right circumstances, can often be the same thing. You're familiar with the sensation, I'm sure. You see her point to the closed wound in your chest, though the tattered clothes where the stake entered are more of a reminder of your defiance at this point than any pain or discomfort is. For a second, you expect your heart to beat faster. Then you remember it's impossible. That's a reason to have somebody like my trusted driver, Gregory, making sure you're safe when you drift away. We have many enemies, and they often know their advantage lies with daylight. Oh, here's another option. So it's vampires versus humans, so it's good to keep humans friends. Do vampires watch each other's backs? Do vampires watch each other's backs? You mentioned enemies. I guess that makes it necessary to watch each other's backs. Can you count on other vampires for that? She surprises you by letting out a soft chuckle before answering. No. Dictionary updated. Our little sect supplies social interactions aplenty, but it doesn't really encourage counting on someone. Support given in exchange for favors. Yes, that's more like it. Dictionary updated. Long-term solidarity does occur in the Camarilla, but we are a very politicized organization by necessity. Loyalty is to your sire, to your prince, and to the sect. Dictionary updated. When you're in Elysium, like we were tonight, the sect can appear to be a monolith. The reality is more complex. Outside of official gatherings, shady deals and a quid pro quo mentality reign supreme. She seems to be lost in thought and falls silent for a while, leaving you to ponder all the things you learned tonight. It still feels absolutely unreal, but as piece after piece of knowledge falls into place, the image becomes almost like an entirely logical jigsaw puzzle. Whatever you wouldn't believe on your own, you have witnessed. Many questions swarm your thoughts, but the one you keep returning to is what your place in this new reality should be. The car stops. You are in the city, in front of an old but well-renovated apartment building. We're here. Would you like to see your lodgings? Oh, there's another option, Stevie. My own apartment, neat. Is it another parking lot room? Or what if I want to sleep in my home? Oh. My own apartment, neat. I get my own apartment? That's neat. Consider it the first of many gifts that I'm able to grant in exchange for loyalty. Come upstairs. She leads you through a small hall with a night guard, who greets Miss Langley with a good evening, and you take the stairs up to the second floor. Sophie opens the door to room 209. Inside are all the amenities you could expect from a modern apartment, and some you wouldn't have deemed necessary just the previous night, including thick blinds on the windows. The back room has a comfortable-looking bed and a thick steel door with several sturdy-looking locks, but no windows. Well, how do you like it? Oh, here's another one. This is great, thank you. What can I choose? Another? Not bad, could use some redecorating. Not bad, could use some redecorating. Yeah, it's not bad. I'd change a few things. Switch a picture. What was that? My voice started going bad. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. I'd change a few things. Switch a picture or two. Maybe paint the walls a different color. I'm sure you would, but I would appreciate it if you could hold back the need to redecorate, or at least consult me before you do. The time for solo acts will come later. Right now, what we need is collaborations. Tomorrow, I will take you hunting and discuss the blood in more detail. I'll let you get comfortable. The keys are by the television set. I will come pick you up tomorrow night. Use the back room for rest. You can lock the doors just in case. It stings a bit when she leaves. It's like the room suddenly became a few shades dimmer. You inspect the kitchen, hoping to find something to drink. Nothing. No regular food either. Dictionary updated. Feels strange that Quadir could be a more thoughtful host than your new sire, even if only in that respect. You briefly wonder if the sheriff might have a hidden side. With nothing left to do, you lie on the couch with the TV playing in the background for company. Columbo reruns. Columbo reruns. Do what? Columbo, a TV show. A TV show from the a TV show from the 80s about a detective. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, they still had some back in the late 90s. The reruns. Kojak reruns. President of the United States got himself into serious trouble again. I'll be hopping on over there after this part. Aw. President of the United States got himself out of trouble again. Pundits start yelling over each other about things that seemed a little bit less insignificant just 2 days ago. You start drifting off, reflecting about another night of confusing conversations and worldview shattering revelations. How many more before you finally understand what happened to you and what you're supposed to do now? You keep coming back to the life you left behind, the people you should contact, the things you want to pick up from your apartment. You wonder when you'll have the chance for either. As you start to feel the same tiredness that made you drift into a cold sleep last night, you settle in the back room. The bed is comforting. The lack of windows, less so. You leave the light bulb on. Looking at it, you realize it's the closest you'll ever come to staring at the sun on a breezy summer day. Again, a wave of melancholy overwhelms you. Love this game, babe. Oh, thanks. It's fun hearing you read. Oh, hell yeah. A few minutes later, your consciousness fades. A few minutes later, your consciousness fades, and you take the plunge into darkness again, sinking, 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 sinking. Rest. Tutorial. Hunger is at the heart of a vampire's existence. To ignore it is to tempt the beast to take over in its desire to feed. To overindulge in feeding may threaten the masquerade while staining what humanity you have left. In Coteries of New York, having high hunger is indicated by a progressively thicker bloody frame around the screen, like the one you see now. As your hunger grows, so does this indicator. Your hunger may increase when you call upon your vampiric powers, or when you need to mend your wounds after a fight. When your hunger reaches the maximum level, you will receive a warning after you complete a piece of the story. Ignore it at your own peril. Some choices might only become visible if your hunger is high enough. Similarly, high hunger may block off some choices, as you will be able to see after pressing continue. Blocked off option. Continue. To decrease your hunger, you will need to feed. Whenever you see a feeding opportunity, you can take the risk to hunt and slake your hunger. Blocked off opportunity. Blocked off option. Feeding opportunity. You will need to keep the hunger at bay if you are able. You will need to keep the hunger at bay if you are to uphold the masquerade and survive the nights that await you. You open your eyes. Save and exit. Let's see where this. It says night 2. Ugh. Let's see where this leads to. Okay, here it is. Okay, well, I think that about does it for this part. Part 1 of Vampire the Masquerade, Coteries of New York. This is a game that I bought last night while the Halloween sale was still going on. I also bought some more horror games while that was still going on. Those will be shown in sometime in the future. So yeah, if you liked or you loved what you saw of this very first part, don't forget to smash that like button. Also, if you liked or you loved what you saw of this stream, feel free to hit that subscribe button and become a phantom. I loved it, baby. Aw. Thanks. Let me see here. Also, if you liked or you loved what you saw of this stream, feel free to hit that subscribe button and become a phantom. There are two ways that you all can do that. The first way is that throughout this whole video or stream, there is a purple square box down there in the lower right corner that says click here to subscribe. That's the first way of two ways. The second way is that on this video's end screen, there'll be a picture of me to pop up on the top left hand side, and that's the second way that you all can feel free to subscribe. Down below that subscription link will be a playlist of let me see here. It might be another horror video game. At the top of my head, I can't really recall what that type of game could be at the moment. But yeah, also on that end screen will be two of my bros channels that you all can also feel free to check out. Stevie Rocker Gaming channel will be blah 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 blah. Stevie Rocker Gaming channel will be at the top right. Zeros will be at the bottom right. Both of them have wicked cool content, so once you check out both of their wicked cool content, feel free to subscribe to both of them. And pretty much basically just feel free to check out any of my bros / best friends wicked cool content on any other channels in the featured channel section of my channel. And once you check out any of their wicked cool content, feel free to subscribe to any one of them. Oh, I love you too. And you're welcome. Let me see here. For Friday, I don't know. For Friday, it might either be LA Noir or the, shit, my mind is drawing a blank. The DMC game. So, yeah, that'll be at, let me see here, probably 11 or midnight or 1 a.m. possibly, maybe. Yeah. Let me see here. Also, for those of y'all that are wanting to follow me on any of my social medias, feel free to do so. My social medias are linked down there in the video's description, along with my mailing address to the P.O. Box and my Amazon wish list, and the Teespring link where my merch is at the merch store. All the prices for everything is listed on that website. So once you check that out, feel free to buy yourself or somebody in your family or one of your friends something from there. I would really appreciate that. So yeah, let's see here. Next Thursday, I will be doing part 2 of this. Check your phone again. Oh, okay. So yeah, next Thursday will be part 2. Um, 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 oh my god, my mind just went a blank. um, uh, oh yeah, anyway, let me see here. Part 2 will be next Thursday. So, yeah, in the next 10 or 15 minutes, however long it takes me to see what the next part is, I'll be hopping on with Stevie over there on GTA. So, yeah. Anyway, let me see here. I need to turn this light back on. Boy. Hopefully I don't get blinded by a light. So, yeah. Anyway, I think there are trophies for this game. Maybe, let me see here. Let me see. Oh yeah, here we go. So yeah, there are trophies for this game, but we haven't earned any trophies for this first part. So yeah, anyway, oh yeah, and the platform that this video streams around, next to the subscription button, is a notification bell. Now make sure you all phantoms ring that bell and have it pointed to all notifications, because by doing that, that'll keep you up to date on to when your favorite gamers or streamers go live, as to which for me is mostly during the week and the weekends. So yeah, anyway, until then, in the next 10 or 15 minutes, this has been Ghost Host 22 signing out, and I shall see you all then. And as always, new people / current / future phantoms, remember to always stay wicked. Bye. See you all then. See you all phantoms then. Peace. Much love and good vibes. Rock on. You're my favorite. Aww. And oh yeah, I appreciate every single one of y'all that has been watching this first part, and that includes the featured phantoms, Stevie, Rocker, Bob, H2O, and anybody else who has been watching this first part, or who'll be watching this first part sometime in the future. Anyway, bye.